Hello, 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 welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, let's get started, I guess. Hope you all had a wonderful end of the year, I guess, and Happy New Year. I of course forgot again to start everything on my second monitor as usual. So let's do that quickly. All right. Having said that, let's get started. Do I have a clean repro or not? Don't know where I left off on Windows. Is that correct? Oh, there is a couple of changes here, which I don't think I need to push. Ah, that's... Isn't that some stuff? Wait, let me think. What was that for again? Well, I should have all of that on the Linux machine. So I think I can revert that. Well, I think I don't need to necessarily touch it. I think I can actually stash it, I guess. So I don't think I need yeah, let's stage all stash editor target changes. Good. And let's get def again, I guess. And branch off into a particle. And I should be able to now change the default project. Oh, that one we can actually close. We did that. CMake lists. that the right one? Looks fine. GPU particles. And then let's create that and hope that this works. Because to be honest, that's quite some time ago. That part of the that folder is a little bit older. So I hope it, well, the whole dev branch is a little bit a mess because I have like two branches at the same time, basically. So it's a little bit, not sure if it's functionally currently. It does look like it's not functional. What I have there, game core editor called with non-existent target. What? Game core editor. What the? Do I have the no editor target or what? No. So where would that come in then? Generate module 200. Oh wait, I think I know where that is. Stupid me. Here. Alright, so that should do it, I think. Alright, so that worked. Let's open the project, hope that this builds. It should build, famous last words, but it should be fine. Well, okay, well, unfortunate. Oh wait, do I need to... Could not find... Okay, I think... I need to rebuild the code chain here, right? Oh. I think that should now do the trick. Unless... Okay, I guess not. So did I submit the code chain already? It looks like it, right? Never mind then. Is the code chain already updated or what? Is that the timer thing already? Oh wait, I need to pull. Okay, yeah. Ah, that will be a little painful to fix, I guess. Guess we could try to do that. Okay, well, maybe not. Oh, I have local changes, never mind. So that should then build now, right? Although I think now I need the game core thing again. For it to work. Most likely. Alright, I think with that we should be running again. Hopefully. Question is, where do I... Well, I think the GPU particle system, most of it will do in graphics. Yeah. Most of it I will do in graphics. Alright, cool. Yeah, we're booting again. Perfect. Good, so we can get started. If it stops. Perfect, it does. So what we do is we go into Onyx, modules, graphics, or we could do it even here probably. Let's close the build file. Okay, so close that, and here public. It's probably a shader graph, to be honest. We most likely create a new version here. We could copy that. Rename. Jesus, what did I do? Particle shader graph. Although, let me think. The thing how I would want it to work is a little different, which might be a bit of a problem in the current setup of the node editor. I mean, I guess we can make it work. Just here. So the shader graph has this, right? Yeah. Do I not have another? Oh, well, that's volume graph, right? It's in volume. We have here a volume, yeah. Volume shader graph. Which is slightly different. Okay, I think what I do is I will just... We will do the UI side maybe not today, but we built the shader graph basically. So I think we will have a... Do I need a CPP? Probably not. For this. Now we have this one, we duplicate that one. Rename. Particle shader graph serializer. And we need probably this one here. Rename. Particle shader graph serializer. Is that all that I need for now? Not quite. I need as well a new generator. Where I probably will take the volume generator. Rename. Particle shader graph generator. Okay. Then we probably have that in the CPP as well. So that should be the first steps. They should be fairly straightforward, but they're needed. So we have shader generators. Particle shader generator. I think we can actually just name it that. Yeah, that one is actually kind of interesting because we might need to change that because the particle system will be like a little different from the other generators currently, because we need to generate two different shaders basically. But let's see how we deal with that. Particle system shader graph. Actually, let's do it, call it that. And particle system shader generator. And where is it? Is it just here, shader graph or what? Am I blind? Oh no, I didn't say. I said I don't do. But that would be what? Rename. Particle system shader generator. And then this would be as well particle system shader graph serializer. Particle system shader graph serializer. Particle system shader generator. And particle system shader graph. Perfect. Let's go back to the sources. Let's see that we have the particle system generator. It's the CPP, particle system shader generator. We have that, and then particle system shader graph serializer. Particle system shader graph serializer. Perfect. Then we have particle system shader graph. In serialize. Here. Particle system shader graph serializer. Particle system generator. And then in shader graph, next to material shader graph. Particle system shader graph. Okay, I think we have all. Oh, we need one more, which is render graph. New file. Particle system update. Particle systems update. Particle systems update render graph node. Nah, let's not name it. Particle systems update, and then particle systems init. Or emit? Emit. Is it emit? Or do I just do all of them in one? Maybe I just do it in one go. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think it's fine. We have one more multiple scattering. That would be particle sys update. Particle systems update. Perfect. We have the same. Where is my render graph? Here. .h and render graph. All right. Oh, we need a particle. Actually, we need another pass then. Actually, now that I think about it, we need another task. Particle. Particle systems random. I think then I have basically everything for the foreseeable future. I think I have created all the classes. Oh, we need to fill a bunch of stuff. Yeah, it will be actually interesting if I can get that to work. But yeah, should be fine. Does anyone else in the chat see as well that my lifetime is negative? Or is that just me? If I see here, my lifetime is a negative minus 1600 seconds. Is Twitch dying? But I mean, what is that? Why is it saying it's negative? What the hell? Okay, whatever. So we have a bunch of new fires. Let's try to fill them out one by one. It's a lot of stuff, to be honest. I'm not sure doing it proper. Like last year we hacked it together. Actually, I'm not sure. Where did I post that? Was it still back on Twitter, I think? So I can't really show it. But last year we did already do the same thing. I don't think I had blue sky at that time. But let me quickly check. So I can show you what it was looking like. No, we don't. I don't have it. But yeah, last year we did already do that. And it was very much hacked together. So this time I want to do it nice. But that might have the downside that it will take longer. So I'm not sure if we can finish this today. If not, I will come back to it, but I will probably finish Linux first. But we will try to get it done today. Alright, so the first thing is naming this particle shadergraph, of course. Well, actually particle system shadergraph. Particle system. Which I'm not sure, does that make sense? Probably actually not. Let's call this that. Call it like that. Happy New Year to you too. And I think what I would want to do, well, first of all, I want to kill that. And I think that makes actually a little more sense, because that makes... that might make everything a little simpler, even though the user experience will be a little bit ugly. Reference to a shader graph. Emitter. Emit shader. And then date shader. That should do it. I think we need a little more though, right? I think I need as well a buffer handle here. Particles. Probably. Hello, happy new year to you too. And then we now have another buffer handle, alive particles. And we have two of those. I will come back to that why. And then we have an buffer handle dead particles. And I think that's it. Do I need more? I mean, maybe we have one. Particles. Particle count. It's particle counts basically, but yeah. I think that should be all we need. They basically get defined by whatever the shader graph gives us. So I think what I will do is I will move a couple of things now that I thought about that. So what we will do is go here. That we don't touch. But here shader graph. So that's not a shader graph anymore. Let's actually do particles. Did I not do a folder? Rename particle system. And then serialize particle system serializer. And we change that basically. Particle system serializer. New folder, particles. Ah, where? Yeah, we didn't have a CPP for that, so. But I don't think I need a generator then. Well, actually it might be useful to have that. So let's keep that particle system shader generator, yeah. Let's keep that. For now. Oh, that will be very interesting, to be honest. I've never done a two-step shader generator yet. Or like a two shader graphs that kind of need to sync together in their generation. Nice. Why do I not see that message in my overlay, the W question mark? Why do I only see that? That's weird. Ah, okay. I see. I guess, yeah, maybe. Well, I tweaked my... No, so that works, but it doesn't... And I see it in my overlay as well. Well, in the chat add-on that I have on my second monitor, and on the overlay we see it as well, but it's not highlighted on the overlay. Not sure if it should be. But yeah, the streak one doesn't work, which is weird, but whatever. Alright, so let's clear that, and then if emit shader is valid and update shader is valid, then we do that. And here we are a public asset particle system. don't... Well, we can include it here. It's fine. Don't know if I need to include buffer handle. We probably will find out very soon. Alright, so that would be that part. Then let's go to the serializer. So it's a lot of setup. I think I need to regenerate, right? It's a lot of setup, but... Oh, did I do that again? I think I did, right? Reload. Oh, god damn it. No, okay. Did I not update that? Particle system. Okay, so this one is system shader serializer, or particle system serializer. Particle system shader generator, that's fine. Oh, where? Particles, particle system. And of course, I am not sure where that is, but I think it's after P, after S, right? Actually, no, it's before. God damn it. My alphabetic skills are non-existent, I guess. Alright, let's regenerate that. Particle system shader graph. Did I still have that? Oh yeah, I do. Because that will be a little... Well, we will be able to do it, I think, today. The editor experience will maybe not be the best, but... it's fine, I think. Oops. Eh? Okay, never mind. I forgot my hotkey. Ah, this one. Okay. That's when I work too much on Linux in VS Code and forget how to open ReSharper. And then the other way around, I always mispress on the Windows, on the Linux one as well. Particle system. Oh, okay, that is still valid. Perfect. What did I do here? Okay. Close that. Let's close all of them. Hello, what's up? And then let's try the serializer next. So that is particle system. We don't need that. Particle system. Oh, particle. And we have that looks fine. Particle system serializer. And particle system. Not too sure what I need here yet, but particle system serializer for sure. That one for sure. And we write out, well, not that actually. So we give ourselves two particle systems here, where so like that. The question is the material shader graph. Does it have a? Okay, no, it doesn't. But I think I will do it for the particle system. That this one is a friend class of the particle system serializer. Mostly that I can access the private members. Oops. Exactly. So we have the M emit shader. Why did... That's saving the shader file. That's just a... Okay. Crazy. But I asked before, you're seeing that as well, right? That it's like a negative negative uptime in Twitch. I have no idea what Twitch broke, but yeah. For me, my stream has a negative stream uptime, which is kinda funny. I guess it's still in the old year. I don't know what happened. It's very bizarre. Huh. I even refreshed and it didn't do anything. Fascinating. Let's try Control F5. Nope. Still negative for me. Alright, whatever. I don't really care too much about it. But I was just like, what the hell is going on? Ah. Okay. But my time is correct. Oh, wait, I see. That's because I again was in Linux and somehow it breaks my machine's time. So now we're... Alright, now it works. It's really time zone related based on where my PC was 1 year in the past. 1 year, 1 hour. Funny that it takes the system. Oh, I mean, it kind of makes sense, but still funny. So I think what I would want to do is this. And we write out the emit shader here. I guess I do a get here. And I do an update shader. And we basically do if can I do something like that? I've never tried that with my reference. Can I do... I guess I could do a raw, right? The raw doesn't have a non-const version? No, it does have a non-const version. Ah, wait. I am in the right though, so that makes sense. Oh, you need to configure Windows to interpret local. Oh, okay. It's fine. Actually, I will as well most likely tomorrow buy an SSD for my Linux setup. And yeah, tomorrow there will be no stream. I forgot that I have like plans for tomorrow, so tomorrow there is no stream. But we will be back on Saturday. And yeah, Happy New Year to everyone. So why did I decide to do this? I'm not quite sure why I did that. Where do we use that? Only in 2 places? Wait, does the volume shader graph not use that or what? Volume shader graph serializer. Serialize. It does do it. It just didn't show it to me. Oh, because I guess... Wait. Oh no, that writes out, right? But it doesn't write out the actual shader. That's that part. So it does write out the correct stuff, but it doesn't write the shader to disk. Probably would be nice if it does that automatically. Maybe we could add that as another overload here or something like that. And as well, shader path. What is that? Ah, because I don't intend to use that on... I see. Const file path. Shader path. Now we do that. Oops. And then here, let's do basically that. Damn it. that fire path? No, in that case it should be a valid path already, right? Okay. And that would do that. That would basically write out our shader for us automatically. Let's actually do that properly, because it doesn't make any sense that we have that anyways. What the f... Please, Visual Studio, thank you. All right. I think the other functions could do the same, but for now I will leave them. All right, so that should do that trick, and then let's do... Actually, let's do that in here. So if... let's do actually shader path or fire system, fire path. Out path. If shader path, well, replace extension, I guess. With O shader. Because what that allows us to do is give here meta. Well, actually, no, let's not do that, because I think the only thing I would want to do is this shader path. The other thing we have to provide fully. Because we need to anyways do that. Fire path, emit shader path. Name. Replace file name. I would not want to replace it fully, to be honest. I would just want to append to it. Oh, I guess I can do replace file name is meta. Well, I guess we could get a. Is that the stem? Yeah. Plus emit. And this would be our emit shader path. Alright, so that would be the save. And then the load. I think we can do something very similar to the volume graph. Don't really care too much about so that would be particle system image shader. Again, kind of like, well, wait, how does that work? Ah, well, okay. Okay, yeah. If particle system. Oh. Hold on. Wait, do I want to do it like that? Hold on. Actually, I don't think I want to do it like that. Hold on, I want to do it slightly different. I mean, it's very similar to that, but... I think what I actually want is... get the asset system. And say... never mind. But kinda like that. But is the asset system safe? Is that really... Why would that be not available as a const version? Shouldn't that be fine? because I'm not changing anything in any of my metadata stuff, so I think that should be fine. Why is that here? Static cast. Wait, that's not even a thing anymore. If we don't have the asset, we don't do anything here. I think we would need this. Oh, but that does do a new asset stuff. That's interesting. Let's try the save first. I don't know. It's fine, I think. Cute save. I think that is better. And then this would be queued, saved, or equal. I think that makes actually more sense. I think that is cleaner and is how it should be done. And then we return here. That we could probably do that all in one go. And then the idea would be here that we just say asset system get asset. For the emit and update shader. We need an ID here, so basically yeah, okay. So that is step number 1, but that's where I need a serializer, right? Emit asset or emit shader is particle system get ID and update shader. And that should write that already out, right? Particle, well, asset save. Okay. Is it safe? Yeah, it writes that out and creates a file stream. It should work. Basically, we do here deserializer read. should be done as slightly different, but it's fine. I think I don't have an asset ID serializer yet, or? Well, I guess we will find out the hard way. With the compile error. I think that was on the list to do, but I've never done it yet. I mean, that would be a good way to add it now. And update shader. There is an editor. Did you? Ah, yeah, you tried when we did the Linux, right? So you never saw it properly. Give me a couple of minutes and I can show you. So I think I kill all of that. Alright, so that should hopefully at least get close to being something. I mean, it's definitely not working by any means, but... Eh, what? Particle system serializer. Where did... Oh, I know where. So that one can go away. This one is struct. So yeah, I can show you in a second what we have. Of course, that didn't work. Huh? What? Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's not do that for now. Just so that I get the editor running. But it should be, I think, const, to be honest. It should be probably a const function. And I think I should just make the save requests mutable, even though that's ugly, but yeah. Alright. Yeah, stop complaining. Jesus. Yeah, I mean that is fair. Building an engine is by no means an easy task, and I am suffering that as well, mostly because I want to provide you, or like provides people, not necessarily you, but as well you, with like something that you can build games with. So it's like basically I'm building like a Unreal or Unity comparable thing, which is quite a lot alone. But yeah, I guess that's just how it has, or that's just how I roll, I guess. All right, there is one more thing. Okay, I think in that case what we need Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of that, but we will do it for now. Not sure if that breaks stuff. I don't think it does, but yeah. Okay, we're building. So yeah, now I can show you the engine. So what we have is this. And then we have here, for example, the render graph, which hopefully doesn't die now. Yeah. So that's basically the render pipeline. You can build the render pipeline in a data-driven way, even though, to be honest, it's something you will never touch. But it's still, I guess, nice to see. So you see that we have here sky rendering, lighting, depth prepass, static mesh path, compositing, tone mapping, and ImGUI path. So the UI path. And then we have a scene editor, which is this. And we can create entities here as usual. Probably, I'm not sure if everything still works as is, to be honest. Okay, yeah, so this doesn't seem to work anymore. See, I broke stuff with the Linux stuff. Great. So I'm in the middle of 0.5, right, with Linux support, and I think I broke a couple of things that I need to basically re-add. But we had like volumetric terrain. It's just that the component renderer currently doesn't seem to work. I think we still would, yeah, we still get the default thing, the default material stuff. And then we can add lights as well. Let's add a point light, intensity 100, radius 100, I don't know. And there is my light. And we can change the color, and that's about it. So yeah. The holes in the terrain are something I will look as well with the next bug fix. What is that? Oh, that's a solid color one. Okay, and that's that very, very ugly. No shadows, no anything. Let's add a directional light. Yeah, whatever. I mean, you get the picture, I guess. Directional light is a little bit... Oh, no, it's better. Yeah. Yep, that was the plan. That's why I mostly did it. Because I think it's quite nice to do that on... I mean, but to be fair, setting that up with all the different... all the settings for like render targets is not the easiest. But nonetheless, because you need to set up the formats for the render targets and stuff like that. Maybe I find a way to do that in a nicer way. And this didn't really age very well, this property window here. It still needs some love. So the render graph properties are really not easy to work with. But in theory you can plug and play and like remove tone mapping, for example, by just removing that. Yeah, and then we have shader graphs, which is basically the thing that you, well, okay, I need to close the node editor, and that crashes. Cool, that crashes. Well, we will look at that as well in 0.5. We have bug fixes on the list for 0.5. But yeah, the shader graph is like another one. Or if we go in here, you can see the tree planar texture. Oh, well, it's in game project. And that is very similar to what you do in Unreal, right, with materials. So you have like sample texture here. And you build your shader in like a node editor. Similar to what you would be used to in Unreal. And then, yeah, I don't support, it seems like the node editor is not very smart. So let's redo that. And then we have the shader graph, which is basic, the volume shader graph, which is basically the thing. So the terrain that you saw, it's like a volumetric terrain with voxels. So basically it's, I did that, yeah. It's, you could build your volumetric terrain in a shader as well. So currently that's just a sphere, right? That's what we saw. But you can build whatever you want in here. More or less. With SDF functions. Oh, okay, that worked. Interesting. Well, comes on the list of things to fix. Anyways. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like that, but yeah, let's keep it for now. I don't know. So how would I want to... I mean, I could pass the engine here as a non-const reference, to be honest. I don't think it has to be const. Because it's not necessarily about that. Where do we call that? In the asset load request, right? Asset loader. Oh, we even have the engine here as a non-const. Okay. Let's look for all of them and adjust them. Huh? Yeah, that's not true. Why would you not find that? Oh, whatever. I want to support both. So I already do. Well, let me fix those and then I can show you. So we already support editing. And it's supposed to be edited, or like it's supposed that you can edit it on runtime. Let me just quickly fix that. So how many more do we have? Probably a lot, because I have quite some assets already. Oh, well, I need to as well do it here, right? Which is... How did I manage that? Huh? Oh my god, what? Oh wait. Oh, the save. Yeah. Okay, it was stupid me. Asset save request. Yeah, so it should be added in real time. And it already is to some extent. It's maybe not I mean, it's definitely not optimized. The terrain is really the latest addition to the engine, so it's still heavy work in progress. Render graph. Serializer. Why? Render? Can you please stop trolling me? Visual Studio, it always closes the resharper when it builds a new file and has a new error, then it just closes it. Okay. Or the burr. So I think almost. Wait, what? What was the error? Texture serializer, shader graph. Okay, texture serializer. Why do we have a texture serializer? I don't think I have. What? Well, whatever. And which one? Shader. Okay. Ah, and then, okay, yeah, and then we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this. Volume shader graph. Ah, okay, I get, okay, that makes kind of sense. So yeah, if I build that again. So there should be settings here. There are not, which is fun, but whatever. Now we add the material, and then we have here the brushes. And if we set that to 50, for example, then we can paint here, right? Let me add a directional light again, otherwise it's a little bit hard to see. But yeah, you can see it now. We don't have shadows, of course, but yeah, you can edit it, and then you can as well add ellipse whites, for example. Those are like that. Well, it's a little bit hard to see again with no proper shadows and stuff like that, but I get the you get the idea. So, and then you can subtract here. Oh good, that was not what I wanted. And you can dig in here, and that works as well. Yeah, the LOD is not perfect yet, and we have still some holes in the mesh, but I don't know where. I know where they come from. And those are actual objects, so you could delete them again and move them. That's the idea. The sculpt is like actually just sculpting without entities. So you cannot really undo that. But those spheres you could delete and then the terrain would regenerate. So usually you should use the sculpting, and the primitives are only for things you would want to move, like objects or something like that. Would be the idea, like bigger rocks or bigger formations or something like that. Yeah. All right, so we have that. I think I have a shader graph already, right? Oh shit. Don't I have a normal shade? Yeah, I have a normal shader graph editor. Delta Force. That I don't know actually. Let me quickly. That game. I mean I know the name, I think, but Alright, that worked great. Okay. I see. I mean, what as well uses voxels, which is kinda one of the my terrain panel is inspired by that, is Zoo Tycoon. So Zoo Tycoon, the newer one. Terrain editor. That one has Planet Zoo. I always Planet Zoo. I always forget or like confuse those two. I don't know why I always think it's, but that one has like as well terrain edit, right? And that's voxel based. And basically I want to get to a similar state-ish to that. Although their system is in the background way different than mine, because I do think they use margin cubes, to be honest. By the looks of it, it's margin cubes. Just by how the terrain looks here on the edges. Because what I have in my system is like really hard edges, and I mean it looks like hard edges, but I don't think it is. It's always like, yeah, it's always like beveled. You can see it here that there is no hard edge. It's always a little bit smoother. Yeah. And I'm using a different algorithm. But yeah, let's see how it all turns out in the end. I have a couple of ideas that I still want to try. No, but I mean their terrain looks really nice, not gonna lie. So I still have a long way to go, but yeah. Anyways, particles. Let's get back to it, otherwise we are not even close to being finished. Alright. So I think I want to get rid of that. We do that. I'm still inclined to not do that for now. But mostly because I think that is just too much for today. And we will do it a little bit more manual, the shader work at least. So what else? We have the shader. We have the particle system. We have the serializer. I guess next would be the render graph. tasks. I think they have a namespace by now. Yeah. And then this is a struct, or is it which one is a good one to copy? Maybe that one? Yeah, that one is a good one. Fixed pin. Yeah, let's do that. One in, one out, probably. Although, do I need an in? Probably not, actually. I think I can just do one out. I think. And we just output a buffer handle. While we actually need a little more than that. It's actually a little more than that. We have multiple buffers out. So we have a draw buffer out. We have particles out. And an alive buffer out, I think. I think it would be 0, 3. Fixed pin. Eh? Is that not nodes? Oh, no. Hold on, what? Do I not have a fixed pin node? I thought I do. Yeah, where do you live? Am I stupid? Okay, whatever. Particle system update. Okay. And let's see, we probably have that already somewhere used. I'm pretty sure we have that used somewhere. Exactly. So that would be that. And then we have here particles buffer. Oh, wait. Actually, that's garbage, and that's a little bit of a problem now. Hold on. How do I do that? Let's try something. I've never done that before. Fixed pin 1 out. That's actually a first because I've never used this pin type before. But I think in this case I need it. Particle system update. I don't need a... I don't think I need a begin frame. I don't need a pin. Well, yeah, let's do the pin. Get rid of that. Okay. Include Onyx graphics. Render graph tasks. Particle system update. All right. And that would be here. Particle system. Why is that there? All right, and then we can implement that with this around. Oh, we need a constructor. Definitely, because we set update. Well, actually, no, sorry, that's wrong. Because that's not a render graph, that's just a render graph shader node. Not a fixed one. Because we have shader graphs. Yeah. All of that being said, let's see. Do I need to do anything else? Well, I think I want to add the other node as well. So let's copy that. Particle system render. Particle systems update. Jesus. All right, so that one is 1 in, 1 out. No, is it not? 1 in, 1 out. Okay, like that. Of course, like that. That one is render graph fixed shader node, I think. And we have a texture handle and a texture handle. is a switch on the pin ID. Render target. Isn't that? No, it's not local ID, right? It's no, is it local ID? I can't remember anymore. God damn it. Oh, it is local ID. Never mind. Ah. Yeah. That one is a fixed shader node, yeah. That one will have. I think at least that is fixed. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Set up render shader. Maybe it's not, but I do think it's a. Although that could be interesting to have a custom one. I don't know. So the question is, does that even work in any shape, way, or form? Well, not if we have warnings as errors, of course. Oh well, yeah, makes sense. Oh yeah, makes as well sense. So that's a lot of work. We are not even at the particles yet, but it's a little bit of setup that's needed to be done. Let's open the render graph of the game. I think I'm currently using the engine one. So let's edit that one. Okay, yeah. Actually, maybe I'm not using it because that took quite some time to load. Do I have... Okay, I have the particle system stuff here. So I have an update here. And that goes into an execute. Oh. I need an execute pin on the particle system renderer. So it's actually 2 in. And the first one is an execute pin. Again, I am not sure if that will create a correct shader graph. We will see. Because I need to then verify that the shader graph is still valid afterwards, or the render graph is still valid afterwards. So basically, I think I want to plug that in here-ish. Or into the composite, I guess. But actually, I think I want to pass that in here. Somewhere in between here, basically. So it would be that into that. Oh god damn it. How did I manage to do that? Into that. And this one into that. And I think I can probably with this get rid of a couple of other nodes in the future. If this execute works. To be honest, I am not sure if it does. So let's not kill our render graph, but instead go to the render graph serializer. Probably in here. Where is that? Render graph. Do I not have a compile somewhere? Yeah, it is kinda. Render graph. Do I not have a compile here? mgraph. Do I not? Somewhere I'd need to do that, but I'm not sure where. Here. I want to go in here. Save as default particle. Okay, so we go in here, that is fine. Fine. Okay, topological order. Why is that hex? Wait, why is it's not hex? Oh, it's not hex. Never mind. Okay, so we do that. And we have 16 here. That does look quite decent, I think. And here is 16. 16 runs very early. But I guess that's fine because it doesn't have any dependencies, right? I think that's fine. Okay, so what do we run here? Can I get that node sorted here as a watch, please? And let's see. So we have one here, which is create light, create transmittance, get view constants, particle system update. That's fine. And then we go into update light cluster compute. Grid is fine, I think. Depth prepass, fine as well. MSDF font. Then we have sky rendering. Then we have the static mesh. Afterwards we have the particle system, which makes sense because it comes afterwards. After that we have the composite. Tone map. That looks fine. I think it actually built it correctly. I mean, there might be some small optimizations that could be done in the order of the nodes. But basically, I think it constructed it correctly. That's perfect. I think that worked. Or, except for that part now. Right for each. In data. And then we go in here. It's just too much global pin ID. I have a feeling that wait, right for each constant pin data. Hold on. Which pin ID is that? 482. This one. It's a buffer handle. No, that doesn't make too much sense. I think it would be nice to know what kind of pin that is. Is that already one that is in the default render graph? Or is it a new one? Ah, that's the wrong one. No, it's the right one. Never mind. It's not there. So that one is a new one. Why would that be a constant pin data here though? Can I find that? I think I can, so what hold on. I will be a little bit of digging in the... So we look for that. So basically I want to go to node graph, nodes. And then I'm looking for pin ID D87. I think it has to be, well, let's actually not do hex. I think that makes it simpler. I think it will be one of the newer ones. 974. So it's probably... That's the composite. No, that's not it, I think. MID. Wait, never mind. Global ID, I need to look for that. Okay, it's not that. We are looking for a 9 at the start, right? Yeah, 9-7. So it's not that. Well, let me see. That's the composite. It's fine. So this should be the... That's the static mesh. Never mind. Hold on. Why is that the static mesh? Get nodes sorted. Shouldn't that be... Shouldn't that be... Shouldn't that be sorted? What? Ah, wait. Okay, never mind. Ah, okay, I see. That's like a non-sorted list, it's fine. It will be sorted after the load. 974. Is that the one we're looking for? 4482. No, it's not. That one is not it. So it's probably one of those two. Wait a second. What? Oh yeah, we have two inputs, right? But it's none of those. And it's not that one? That's very bizarre. What? Let's rebuild it. Do I have an error here somewhere? Or like a bug? I mean, it's definitely a bug, but... Do I have... I think I know what it might be. I created a node, deleted it by accident. Or like I created one by accident, deleted it. And I think that might have killed it. So that's definitely an issue. Particle system render goes in here. And this goes in here. And if I save that, I think that will work. Default particles. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Comes on the bug list. Creating a node in the editor, shadergraph editor, and then deleting it pauses the constant pin data to reference and invalid pin ID. Let's put it on my beautiful desktop. Bugs was 0.50. There was another one that I wanted to type down, but I'm not sure anymore. Or whatever. Alright, so that kinda works, it seems like, which is like surprising, not gonna lie. Alright, then a retry, what? Oh, wait, what? Oh. Well, that is unfortunate. That is indeed unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, that was anyways a hack, this input attachment stuff. That will be a little bit painful, not gonna lie. I think we need to hack a little bit again to get this up and running today, probably. If I even get it up and running. That is a hack from back in the day that now bites me. Because when I moved the render graph to the node editor base, I had to do a couple of changes that didn't really fit the old render graph architecture. And now the render graph is a little bit in between being a fully compatible render node graph and the old render graph structure that was just parsed from JSON. Unfortunate, but I think I can make it work. I think what we can do is input attachment index is 0. And I think I just incremented here. That should already do it. How do you even track what you need to do? Do you you mean like for today or in general for the engine? Today it's more a little bit of winging it. No, what? No, not ignore. Oh my god, why did I press ignore? Render graph. That that looks like an execute pin probably that causes issues, right? Where the hell am I? Oh, shader. What? Okay, but even then? Hold on, what? What kind of node are you? The light cluster. Okay. Yeah, it's a mural board. Thank you, Rainbow, for posting that. What the hell is going on? Why does that fail? Create light clusters. Huh? Why would that fail? What does this return? Get current? Okay. Let's see. God damn it. Now there will be a long stream probably today, if we want to get it up and running. What? Why is it now crashing all the time? What the hell? Okay, let's do this. Okay, whatever. Render graph. Open. Type must be string, but is. Okay. Number. What? Wait, that doesn't look right. ID, type ID. Type ID. Can I see the value here? String. Second data. Create light clusters. Yeah, okay, but how? Why would that be? I mean, that's fair. All of that is kind of fair. But then this should be. But the shader is an unsigned number for some reason. What? But that's not an unsigned number. Am I stupid? That all looks fine. Yeah, kinda. What the hell is going on? Don't deserialize. What the actual F is going on? Why does my JSON library suddenly think, oh, this string is not a string anymore? Open. So we come here, current scope name is that. That's fine. But I still don't understand how or why you would think this is asset load. JSON asset file. Object graph and that, and then here. Oh god, that looks bad. That looks weirdly corrupted. Oh, is it? How did I manage that? No. Oh wait, that one was the wrong one. Oh no, it is CRLF. Okay, what the actual... Oh wait, this is a shader now. Why is that a... Oh, I know why. That's a new change, isn't it? Did I not? I think I changed that and I didn't resave the assets probably. Oh yes, okay. I see. So that should be asset ID, I guess. And then the question is that valid or not? Oh, that might now crash in the default renderer, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. So we need to hope that this just works by changing the app config. Oh, that's interesting. When did I change that? I'm not sure actually. Oh yeah, we need to... that's actually not that simple. Let's redo that. So that should fail now. Perfect. Shader asset ID. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. How are we? We are good. How are you? Thank you for the follow. Actually, I need to get some water soon. Oh, okay, that worked. That was actually an easy fix. So now I think I should be able to open that one again. Yeah, kinda. I think it's that we are reusing the same... Interesting, hold on. I think that's because we are using the same shader probably. Create shader instance, create pipeline. And then the shader is a null pointer here. Why? Oh wait, is it because that's the node? What is the node here? Oh, the particle one. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Let's go back. No, not here, not here, here. If probably pipeline shader is valid, then we do that. Otherwise we don't. I'm Spanish speaking, I don't know how to speak English well. Oh, don't worry. I was living in Barcelona, so, but yeah, your English is fine, so don't worry about it. But I don't speak Spanish, so don't try. I never learned it. I have a part of, quick question. Have you ever had performance or precision issues? Not quite sure what you mean with that. Because indices shouldn't have precision issues. Because your indices are integers and they shouldn't have precision. Like they're fixed point. So I'm not quite sure I understand that part of the question. Otherwise, with the floating points, not really. For particle systems, I've never had any precision issues with the floats that I know of. Oof. Well, I don't speak Spanish, but I can translate that. Yes, sure. Let me quickly. So let me quickly answer him. So there should be no precision issues there, as integers do not have any. All right. Good. That should be that. Hope he can work with that. And I hope Google Translate can do that. Oh, perfect. So now we load. Good. All right, let's actually try Well, I will get something to drink. And then let's try to get the first part, like the emit shader done. And then the update shader. And then that should be it. So I think actually we are again on track. It doesn't look undoable today. But yeah, I will get something to drink, probably a coffee as well. Be right back, like 2-3 minutes, something like that. All right. Let me read that. Holy. Uh, Okay. Well, I can't really help you with that because I didn't really need that yet. Let me get my coffee because it wasn't done yet, and we will continue. All right. So, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? I'm not even sure if I have all the logic that I need to create an image shader. I would have loved to know how what I did last year. But somehow I lost, I think, my repos, like my save from that, because yeah, my Windows machine, I guess that folder I didn't save, which is unfortunate, but not the end of the world. Oh, I think I know what I did. Never mind. I think it was just a sphere and then a random direction. And I think we will do the same for now, because that I can do quite easily. We just need a couple of new nodes probably for that. No problem. Sorry I couldn't help. Alright, I think what I want is a new node. Probably somewhere in here. Let me think. Probably actually, I mean, I can for now do it just here, I think. But I think it would make sense to have that as a base node in the base node editor as well eventually. Anyways, let's open that. Let's create, I think that one is the simplest one probably. Although I need to create a couple of them, right? So let's do that. Random node. Okay, and then we have random vector node, I guess. Or like just a random node, I think. And we just do class and type name. Well, do I just do T? And have that. And it's 1 in, 1 out. 1 in is probably the seed. And then 1 out is just T. And let's Okay, well, it doesn't really matter. So that one would be seed and then odd or random. Or, yeah, I don't know. Like that. Or, yeah, I don't know what to call it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't really know as well what you would need that for, but I guess your system is quite complicated, so yeah. So it would be that. Wait. Okay, I didn't see that yet. Okay, and then we have the shader thing, where we don't really have. I think in GLSR we don't really have a random or. Or is there a random? Okay. We need some sort of like noise or whatever. How did I do that? I think I initialized it on the CPU, pushed it onto the GPU and then just did it like that. Yeah. I mean, I guess we could just do that for now as a stupid way of random, which I just googled. So that would be one stupid way of random. It seems like a very simple one. I probably will add another one. Quickly. Okay. All good. Let's continue. I don't know if I need that. Probably not. Because we never execute that anyway, so let's get rid of that for now. And then have here the random. One other way would be I could create a random lookup table or like a table that I look into with like random numbers. That would be another way. Maybe we do that. That could work as well. But let's see. Let's first add our stuff to the sources again. Shader, graph, nodes. Where is the math one? Oh, it's here, and it's only in here because it's yeah. And then we have here random nodes. Let's actually call it random node. Where is it? Am I blind? Oh, it's not in the... Yeah. Perfect. All right. Yes. Okay. And with that, did I save that again? Okay, no. Good. A random node. Perfect. So we have that. Let's get rid of that for now. And then here that would be not that, because I think we get that already automatically. And then we ignore the seed for now. Oops. So what we do is basically get super... Okay. Node graph nodes, fixed pin node, one in, one out. Yeah, I was wondering a little bit as well, but I was fine for now letting him do that, but I already told him that I can't help him. I'm not quite sure either. But if it keeps going, I might have to time him out a little bit. Because I don't need to talk with ChatGPT right now. What do I want to do? So a random. So basically I need to call a random function with, yeah, something. Yeah, that's fair, but yeah, I don't know. Generator add include. We definitely need that, and then we add here an include, which is the random one. Okay. I mean, that's definitely not the only use case. Yeah, here. Thank you. Shader stage all includes math random. Yes, I agree with that, and it definitely helped, but the thing is that, yeah, I already said that I can't really help, and then it was he kept going with like weird anecdotes. that were a little bit above me. Yeah. That is, yeah. Again, it's fine. I tried to help, but yeah. There is a limit to that if I already said that I don't know what he really needs or wants. Yeah, the random will probably be a little bit of a issue, not gonna lie, but it's... How would I do that? Maybe I take the seed and use that for the random, right? So what do I actually do here? I think that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense what I'm doing here. Well, I mean, kinda. Wait, kinda does make sense, but I think I need to make it a little simpler than that. So we do that plus random of the seed, and that's about it, I think. And for now, I just leave it at that. And we have here that, which is the type. Here the global ID. And then the input pin, and we get the input pin. And if the input pin is connected, if the input pin is connected, is that not how it's done? Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, this is the thing. Seed input pin. If that one is linked, then we do get that. Ah. God damn it. Otherwise, I think I would want to have... Yeah, let's keep it like that for now, I think. That might be, of course, complete garbage what I'm doing here. Oh, vector 2 F64. Vector 2 S32 and S64. a random vector to guess S S F F. Oh wait, and the seed, right? Wait, no, I don't need a seed. Ah. Is that... Oh, okay, I see. This one is... No. Not sure how I did that, but fine. Okay. Oops, they are called scale. Mission aboard. Random. Let's do that again. And the nice part about all of that is that they just auto-generate now. I don't need to register them anymore. Almost as if I did something correct in my last month with a code generator. Because otherwise I would have had to register all of them. So they will just appear now. Famous last words, they will probably not appear. No. Right, they will. Wait, hold on. Ah, is that local? No, that's the UI render graph. That should still work. Okay. That was the ImGUI stuff that I fixed on Linux, I think. Or maybe not fixed, I'm not sure. Where? Shadergraph. Random? Unfortunate. Shouldn't that have worked? Shouldn't you have added the random here? Wait, why is that there? Shouldn't it be like that? Shouldn't that work? Oh, okay. Why did I not get... Oh, I guess because it was just not compiling correctly, right? Okay. I guess... Static cast U64, I guess. Oh wait, that's a string. Wait, shouldn't that then be... Let's not do that for now, let's just output the pin, I guess. Let's deal with that later. Why is that a type name here? But okay. File access? What? I think the generator was still running, I guess. Did it generate now? Oh yeah, there they are. Okay, so it was just that they were not valid. I mean, that's good from the generator that I did notice that. Not gonna lie. Oh, there they are. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah. Okay. Good enough-ish. I guess what I could do is right here for now the GR, what is it, GR global index or what was it? Data, shader graphs or shaders. Is it GR something, whatever. Not that one. GL local invocation index, maybe. I mean, we could use that, right? I guess I could just... No, but there's another one, right? Isn't that the global one? I mean, like that. And then just take X and that's it. I think we do that. For now. Now we need the random, of course. Shaders includes math. New file random.h. And I basically paste that in there. Let's do X, Y, I guess. Because why not? Then we have a vector 2. Basically. That should be able to give us now a random. Although that doesn't really give us a nice random, right? I think for now I will need to hack it a little bit and need to rethink how to do the random, because I'm not quite sure how that was done in the particle system of the engine that I'm thinking about. But I think they had a lookup table or something like that. But it's fine, I guess we can hack a little bit. Doesn't need to be 100% perfect yet. Because that random would not construct the correct thing. I think I would need to do a vec 3 here for this to work. I guess what we could do is vec 3 that, vec 3 xz, and well, xz here and xy here, and here xx, I don't know. Something like that. And let's do yx, because I don't think I have 3 IDs. This will just generate a valid vec 3 for now. I don't need more than that. Alright, with that I think I should be able to write an emit function. Then the only other thing I need is particle out nodes. Basically I need a new out node that preferably has a variable number of parameters, but for now we will keep it as fixed. So that will be particle emitter out node. And then we have a particle update out node. And I mean, for those I can probably, well, no, I can't do actual CPPs for that. Particle update out node. Yeah, let's call it that. Quite a lot of new stuff, to be honest, that I need to build, but I think it will all come. I hope it will all come together. Let's put it that way. Nodes before sample. Where is my sample node? Shader graph nodes. Ah, here. Shader graph nodes. Particle. Let's copy it. page and particle system update. Damn it, particle system. Oh, no, emit out node should be there, right? Particle system emit out node. Did I not call it that? Particle system emit out node. Oh. Wait. How did I make that? Ha, nice. With what do you do the UI? ImGUI as well, or what do you use for UI? I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but I don't think you did. But probably some Unreal stuff, right? I think you said you were working on Unreal things. So probably the Unreal UI. Probably. Alright. So that should give us a couple new nodes. And then this is particle system emit out node. Let's get rid of that. And that is basically just, well, I said we will have only one like a dynamic node here, but for now we will do exactly one way how to do that. And we would need to 3 in 1 out, and we would need to actually handle that a little better. Yeah. No, I was implementing some nice state system for UI in my game. Oh, okay. Fun times, yeah. Vector 3F32, which would be the position. And then let's do just a U32 for the color for now. And is that it? Well, actually, let's do a vector 3F32 for the color. And a vector 3F32 for the initial velocity, right? And then we have a buffer handle here. Wait, that would be the first shader graph. Hold on. I don't think I need an out parameter here. Does that even exist? 3 in? Probably not, right? So we need probably a fixed pins node. And then we have 3 in, 0 out. get pin name has is editor. Isn't all this stuff editor specific as in you ship the shaders? Yes and no. I mean, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure yet how to do the final runtime for the shader graph, but the idea was I still need to set up texture handles and stuff like that, so I need some runtime as well. Because I need to set up, if you sample a texture, I need to set the texture in that node, etc. So there is some stuff on the render thread that still needs to happen. But yeah, all the generation of the shader and the shader itself is shipped. But there is still some stuff that needs to happen on the CPU to queue everything. If that makes sense. But yeah, the shader graph might be a little bit where we can still strip a little bit more stuff out during runtime. So I mean, this do generate shader should be in the editor, and I think it is actually only in the editor, but yeah. Yes, it would be uniform buffer kind of things. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah. You can compare it to that. It's push constants in Vulkan, but yeah. Well, push constants or depending on the size, separate uniform buffer, yeah. But if it fits into a push constant, it will be moved to the shader as a push constant. But I do agree this one should probably be not editable. I mean, this part should probably be non-release related. So the best one would be probably is not retail. For the do generate, because I think I still want to generate the shader in case it's wrong in a testing build. But yeah, the pin name definitely is just there for the editor. No, don't worry. All good. I am here to answer questions. So all good. Never feel bad for asking a question. Yeah, this one. Again, this should probably be dynamic, but for now we will make it static for the first version of the particle system. So that would be position, spawn position in pin. And then spawn velocity in pin. Oh, I need actually more than that. Hold on. Yeah, I need more than that. And then I said that, then spawn, well, color. Or like spawn color, it's fine. Which is another vector 3. So that would be color, velocity, position. And I would probably want as well a lifetime. Lifetime. That's actually 4 already. And that is an F32 just that, because we don't have a 3-dimensional lifetime, of course. So that would be this. Yeah. And then we go to the generate shader. That we don't have, of course. Wait, did I? Why did I not? Oh wait. Yeah, okay, then I will do actually a CPP for that. Particle system emit out node and particle system update out node. That was a stupid me, of course, because yeah, I can actually have that as a CPP because it's not a full template class, it's a specialized template, or like actually a class, not the template. It just inherits from a template. Here, nodes here. And then we need to generate. So yeah, I hope that works. And then once we have the graph, I just need to create the shader serializer. Well, the shader generator. And that should be about it. It will all come slowly together. Particle system update out node. Did I not particle system update out node? Yeah. What? Well, but you didn't generate it. What are you on about? Particle system up. Particle system. Where am I making a mistake here? Particle system update out node. Particle system update. Oh. Okay, I see. And welcome to our original. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a great first day of the new year so far. Happy New Year to you. All right, so that reloads, perfect. So now we can actually do some stuff here. Let's clear all of that. Probably, yeah, I mean, I can always copy over again. Particle system emit. And then we have particle system, well, that is that one, right? And then we have here the out node. And that was particle system update node. And get rid of that. And then we more or less copy over a little bit because it was two nodes in one, so it makes sense that that would be not the case here. I think the fragment one is probably the simpler one, so let's take that one. Particle system emit out node. And that is spawn position. Actually, I think I don't need to override that in this case. I think it should just work. TM. Because it takes those as their strings to show. And then let's not do that for now. Instead, what I need to do is basically generate end code. Yeah, if the get, well, oh wait, yeah, I need those pins, right? Otherwise it doesn't work. Or spawn position, input, in pin. Spawn velocity, spawn color, and spawn lifetime. Did I fix that ever to do? No, I didn't, right? That's actually a little painful then, not gonna lie. And I do know now why yeah, that fixed pin node is actually causing more trouble than it's actually helping, I think. Because I still need all of that logic, which is really bad. I don't need a default one. But yeah, I need all of those functions there. Unfortunate. Yeah, we definitely have to fix that in the future. Because that's just painful. Just painful. Alright, so, but then here we can do if position in pin is connected, then we output the code here. And we basically say format let's see, do we actually, we might have some code that we can kind of copy here. Something like along those lines actually. In well, spawn position in pin. Why do I do that? Hold on, why do I why am I doing that? That's actually a little garbage, not gonna lie. So if we are connected, yeah, well, we don't need that. We are always connected, then we take that and give this further here. hold on. No, actually, let's keep it how we had it. I think that actually makes sense. Do it like that, and we just do that, because otherwise we just end like we add the default value for like a vec3, for example, and otherwise we just don't do that. And that would be particle out position. That's the idea what I would want to do. And then particles out velocity. Color. And lifetime. We need a bit more logic though, but that's fine for now. Well, actually, it will most be in the actual generator of the shader, the logic that is missing. Spawn position, spawn velocity, spawn color, and lifetime. I think by now it would be nice to have a helper function for that in the shader generator. I think that would be quite decent to have, because we have that pattern in like all the shader nodes, to be honest. I think that should be it. And I can then take most of that to the update node. Except for is that not? Oh, I didn't do that one yet. Okay, where? Particle system update out node. Yeah, we do have all the same properties. They have to be the same, otherwise it doesn't really make sense. They have to match in like their base logic, like in the buffer setup. So we might actually share that node. It could be the same node in reality. That could be. Maybe I do that. Particle system out node. Let's just do that. And we share them between emit and particle system out node. I think that makes the most actual sense. Particle system out node. Okay. And then let's generate that. Stupid me. I mean, we didn't do a whole lot double work. It was anyways only one. But I think As they have to match, that kind of makes sense. That it's like one. Okay, system out node. Good. Particle system out node. Particle system out node. And then actually we not call that this, but position in pin. Oh no. Okay. I didn't do it anyways. What did I do there? On spawn. I could have renamed, but I was a little bit too late. In hindsight, stupid that I was too lazy because it would have been faster. But what can you do? A little bit of manual work, all good. All right. Good. So that should build, hopefully. And then I can, I think, already build a basic shader graph. Will it save? Probably not, right? Well, I mean, we will find out, I guess. It's mostly about the shader graph saving of the nodes, and then we build the shader generator. Okay. Or never mind. Didn't build. Unresolved. Eh? What? Where did you have that logic now? Particle system? Where do you have that logic? Unresolved external symbol. Okay, I get that. But where? Oh wait, does it still has it here or what? Particle? Oh yeah. But where would you have that definition? Did I add that again or what? Emit? Okay, no. Let's still generate again, just in case, and then we need to regenerate. I think the code generator picked that up probably. That's actually an interesting side effect of the... Yeah, I'm not sure how or if I want to fix that. Probably I have to fix it, but yeah, the shaded, like the code generator looks for all headers, and it just found that header and picked it up. Which is why, yeah, that kind of worked suddenly. But it's still nice that this generation works that good already. It's like only what 2 weeks in, and it removes a lot of useless code that I would have to write. All right, let's try something. So let's create here an like a particle system out node. Well, that worked great. Eh? Why would that be a problem? Input pin, node inputs. Okay. Output. I mean, that is all fine, but why would it crash? Begin horizontal vertical with the same ID is already live in this frame. What? Oh wait, they're the same. Why are they the same? Did I break that? Oh, I did. And that is the thing that I want to fix, because that's stupid. That I have to manually do that and might make mistakes with that. Alright, particle. Well, we might actually add the localization ID so that this looks nicer. Anyways, lifetime. Let's set the lifetime to 8. I don't know, or like 10. I guess we could randomize it, but whatever. And then let's add a random vec 3, because that's the only thing we support currently. And let's add that there. And probably there, and most likely there, because we don't really have a whole lot of different sheets yet. Then let's save that into a new folder, actually in the project. New folder, particles, and then let's create a new folder here, firework. Why would you be oh, shader actually is what I want, not a material graph. Okay, I mean it saved something, but probably only the oh, it actually saved a shader. Okay, that's wrong. That's the shader graph. So that should have been all particle, I think. Right, isn't it? Well, actually, no, that's oh, shader graph. Oh, we don't have. Oh, I might not have a. Might not have actually a shader graph. I think I don't have a file ending for that. Because we never had that as a type yet. So I need to actually shader graph serializer. I need to actually make that to a serializer now. Shader graph serializer. Shader graph. Then get rid of that. Never mind. Let's call it that for now. And then shader graph serializer uter. I think all of that should still work as is. The only downside, or not downside, but the only thing I need is namespace Onyx graphics. Oops. Shader graph. And then that's the shader code, yeah. Which is fine because I think we can just do that as is. File path. Shader file path. And then the C deserialize is nothing of this sort, just a shader graph here. And let's just deserialize. We need to still load the actual shader. But that's fine for now to do. That should save us that, and that should save us the shader already as well. I hope that still works. I'm not sure if it still does. Let's see if my code generator handles that as well, because that is now slightly changing the asset hierarchy a little bit. Oh. Return true, I guess. Okay, yeah, makes sense. I mean, I guess that changes quite a lot of things, this this change. I think we could simplify a couple of serializers based on that. But yeah. Did I rename it? I think I did, right? Oh, shadergraph. So I think I should be able to load it. Okay, I mean, it tries to create a shader instance because it tries to load it as a material shader graph. Why would you do that? Shader graph, well, editor main window. Shader graph editor context. Hold on, what? Oh, I think we need a new button here. Okay. And then let's locate that one. Oops. Material shader graph editor context. And that one would just be shader graph, right? And then this is a little wrong here. Oh well, yeah, we didn't add that yet. Shader graph, well, that's in editor. Source definitions editor. Shader graph editor context. Right, and then that would be here. We go to the public private one, sorry. Need to copy it there as well. Well, that was wrong. Editor private. Shader graph. Yeah, that's a little bit of copy paste that I think I would want to eliminate in the future. because I don't think that adds a whole lot of value, but I don't know how to differentiate in a nice way between the different shader editor, like shader graphs. So I have to come up with that. All right. How do we do that? Hold on. Yeah, that's reload. Yes, makes sense. Material shader graph. Material shader graph editor context and that, and then we go here, and that is that, that is that, that is that. And oh, alright, that one stays. Okay. No, this would be the shader graph. Okay. All good so far. How would I want to do that though? No, I think I need a different generator like shader graph editor context, right? I think that's the way to go. I think we would, yeah, something like that. Especially now that well, yeah. So let's recreate that. So we do that. And then we have here a random. We just do that. And that. And a lifetime of 8. Or like 10 we said, right? And let's save that as this. And that's an O shader graph. Perfect. I think we will have absolutely the same thing, but we have an empty shader. That makes sense. And if I reopen that, it should hopefully load. Now. Or not. Well. Is it valid? Is that a valid file? Never mind. Alright, be right back. I need to take a quick bathroom break and then we will look at that. Cool, cool, cool. My streamer bot just died or what? Great. Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, I don't really need streamer bot anyways right now, but I mean, let's still start it because of the chat overlay. Well, chat overview. It's not an overlay, but I see the chat better with it. If it starts. But whatever. I guess it doesn't want to start anymore. Why would you not have saved yourself? That's a good question. So let's... Oh, is it maybe because... Hold on. I mean, here we do the save. Shouldn't that work already? Particle system out. 10. Random. Save here. Okay. And that hits the save, and that should go into hopefully the shader graph serializer in here, or actually into the serialize. Okay. That goes in here. Has 2 nodes, but no topological order. Which might be why it fails. I think we end up here, right? And then we go in here. Go in here. Node sorted is 0. Okay, I see. Is that because we didn't compile? Because I guess that generate shader usually... no, never mind. Huh? Data graph. Oh, okay, yeah, we do have the compile here. And the generate. So I guess that goes in here. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. So I think we would need that. I think we would need that. We can't just do that for now. But here, that would be the particle. Particle system generator. System shader generator. Graphics. And let's include here Onyx graphics shader probably generators particle. Oh yeah, okay. Makes sense. Right, particle system generator. Okay. That should now give us at least an empty shader, but a valid graph that we should be able to load. Particle system out. Random this and that, and then we do a 10 here and hit save. And we close and we start and we break, of course, in our beautiful ImGUI crash. And now we open that one. That looks better. Yeah. Okay, cool. And we have the 10 here as well saved. Perfect. All right. That would be the emitter. So let's actually rename that. Firework emit. We probably need another one. So let's open the emit one. What we will do is not do that. Oh, we need a new node, right? Although, do we not have a get position or like position? Ah, but we don't have. Okay. I see. Okay, yeah, we need. We need a couple of new new nodes here. And that one I have actually no idea how to do in a generic way, but we have to figure that out eventually. Particle system out node. Particle. Well, actually, we could get particle variable. Maybe. Let me cook a little bit here. I don't think it's very smart, but let's see. Particle get particle variable node, and we have fixed pin. Okay, well, fixed pin node, one in, one out. But first I need to add it to the stupid thing so that I get intelligence working. So here, get particle variable. And actually that can be... Yeah, I think that can actually be quite intelligent in the end, but for now we have to do it a little stupid. And a little bit error prone, but it's fine for now. I need to do it like that because it's simpler for now, but I think in the end it could be a drop down that allows you to select the actual thing. What? Get particle variable. Is that not... How did I not create both of them or what? Oh, well, why is it a CPP to be honest? Hold on. I don't want a CPP. Okay. Just wanted an H1. Whatever. Reload. Alright, so basically that would be a template type name T. And then, oh, god damn it, this is a fixed one in, one out. And that is a shadergraph node. And then the in is a string. And the out is the T. And that would be that. And that would be variable or like value. Well, we have two, sorry. Well, actually, sorry, we don't do that because we're a fixed pin node with fixed pins, so that goes away, but we need the beautiful editor pin name function. And I will copy that. Never mind, because we are a template. I don't have a CPP. Stupid me. But basically, actually, this switch on the pin ID. If our local, well, case in pin using super return name value. Might actually work. And now we generate a shader here where we do get particle system thing. This goes away. And then if our out pin is connected Do I have that here? Don't have that here, really. Sad, I thought we would have something here. Well, I think I have it here, right? If the out pin. Exactly, something like that. Well, I guess actually I can just output it. The shader compiler will remove it anyways. Fuck it. Yeah, let's output it anyways. Generator. Append code. And then we need a couple of things. I mean, basically something like that-ish. So we format our vec3. Well, actually not. Actually, we do it like that. And we have that somewhere already. Get type as shader type string, exactly. And that one would be this, where we have t here. Shader generator? Where is that? Yeah, shader generator. So that would be number one. Then we do this, get output pin. Why would that not be? Cannot resolve. What? Why would that be the case? Let's look at one of the math nodes. Isn't that how it's done? Ah, okay, I need to do super get output pin. Alright. Like that. Colon. And then here that would be particles. Well, current particle, I guess. Current particle. Or like particle, actually. Dot. And that. And that would be our in pin. Wait. Yeah, no, that has to work. And it's basically context get pin data of the input pin. Of the in pin. I think it's something like that, right? In pin. So basically that should give me the current particle value. I think that might actually work. Actually, I think what I want the shader graph generator to do, or the particle shader graph generator to do, is just write out get code or something like that. Where, wait, how do I store that? Do I not have a... Yeah. And I guess we could set the current stage in the constructor to compute. And then we just return shader stage code at current stage. Eh? No. I think that should give us now just the raw code without any functions around it, so it would not be a functional shader, but it would at least show us what we generate. Particle system out, and then I would do get variable. Hey, is that not here? I guess not. Oh, we didn't. I'm stupid. I guess I need a using get particle variable node. Where get float F32, I guess, and that would be an F32. And then let's do a vector 2 F32, or no, let's just do vector 3. Those are just the ones we currently have. We don't need to complicate it and add more than we need. What? Oh. So that should hopefully add the 2 nodes. If my code generated, but it did some stuff, so probably it works. Well, oh wait, yes. Makes sense. We need the compile time string here. How do we do that in the arithmetic nodes again? Somehow I penned that, right? I mean, I guess it's fine, we can do that. Get particle variable F32, I guess, and get particle vector 3 F32. Beautiful. All right, let's try that again. Oh yeah, we have it, so we can do that. And then I could do get particle variable well, F32 And that would be, for example, lifetime minus. We would need a delta time, but let's just do, for example, 0.01 for now with every shader iteration, which is probably too much, but and we could do another one for the position, so get vector 3, and we would do position. We subtract on the Y 9.81. We would need to scale it again with the speed, of course, of the delta time. We need like more data for that, but yeah. Save. We save that as the update one. Let's see what we get. So we have something in the shader. Question is, what do we have here? So we have the lifetime. And we subtract that with -1. That looks good. And then we write particles out lifetime, the new value. Looks fine. And then we have the position. We subtract the 9.81 as the gravity. And then we set it as the position, and the velocity and color are unchanged. In this case, this should actually be left out and untouched and not set to 0. I'd assume in the update one, if it's not set, they should be kept as is. But that's a detail that we can figure out later. Okay, but that looks okay. That looks okay. We need a couple more things now though for this to actually work. So one node would be get delta time. So I guess we would add that as a new node. Similar to get word normal, etc. Otherwise it doesn't really work. And we probably have that in the push constants or something like that. Or I'm not sure where I would put that. Get delta time. And I guess we can have a CPP for that. It doesn't really matter. I mean, we could do all in the we could do all of it in the header, but get delta time. Yeah. All right. Here, get word normal. Get delta time. And here as well. Shadergraph nodes get delta time CPP. And that one will be a little interesting, I guess. Yeah. So the thing is, my delta time, I think, is in... Well, that's something I have to figure out, actually. But yeah. What is my delta time, actually? Now that I think about it. I think it's milliseconds. I will set a breakpoint and see what it is. But yeah, get delta time. And we return 3 out, or is it... No, I think 2 out is fine. Does that exist? Okay, 2 out does not exist. That is unfortunate. Then let's do 1 out for now. And we return it as an F32 in seconds. To do 2 out, return milliseconds or seconds, depending on what's connected. Was the idea, but yeah, whatever. Get delta time. All right. Delta time seconds. Or like, yeah, let's do seconds. I don't know, maybe I want the milliseconds in some cases, right? I'm not sure if I need it, but maybe. I don't know. I want to keep the possibility open, and I can do that with a shader graph. I can just write whatever I want into the shader. Probably I don't need it though, but yeah, I'm not sure. Although I think I can have that now here, float. And then let's have it in the constants for now. Delta time. And yeah, that's it actually. Well, that's wrong, right? That is get delta time node. Maybe there's like a tick on the node or a drop down for unit type. Oh, that's a good idea. Yep. Or drop down. Yep, that's a fair point. Wait, did I add that to the wrong node or what? No, okay. Yeah, get there the time, da 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 da, yeah, that should all work. This is here, we don't have a context, we have the generator, we do that. All perfectly fine. I'm as well not really happy with the way the generator currently handles things like that. I think the shader generator and the shader compiler will optimize all those unnecessary variables away anyways. So maybe I'm just overcomplicating it. Probably I am. But in theory, it could be that we replace all of that in the final thing. So because currently what we did here, for example, this particle lifetime, in theory, this could stand here, it could be standing here, right? And then we can get rid of that because it's a const. Yeah, I don't know. Probably the compiler strips that anyways, I would hope. Why is that here? What is that? What is that comment? Where would that be? I think in the shader generator, right? Or maybe not in the shader generator, sorry. Well, kinda. Actually in the shader graph compile, I think, is where that is. Or like here, yeah. This one. Node get name, node get ID. How about... Yeah. Let's do string node name is node get name dot empty. Then we do that, otherwise we keep the node get name. Well, let's do that first. If node name dot is empty, then we do the node name and we set it to something else, which is node get ID get. Wait, is that a... Oh, that's a GUID. Oh, but we can do type ID get string. I guess we can do string view here. Yeah, should be fine. That should give us a better output if there is no node name. And most of the nodes currently don't have node names, because that was intended for custom functions. All right. Maybe I put the delta time into the... No, I think the view constants makes the most sense, to be honest. I think it's fine in there. In the view constants, in the push constants. I think, oh god damn it, I think that makes the most sense. So I think we should be able to hopefully open that. Perfect. And then we can multiply that with our delta time. And then we as well, this is our delta time. So we do this, put that here, put that here, yeah, that's a multiply, and that's the delta time as is. Yeah, should be fine, I think. So that's scaled by the delta time, that's subtracting the delta time. Actually, that's not correct because we should probably apply the gravity to the velocity. But whatever. For now, let's keep it like that. Update. Will that blend? Okay. Yeah, perfect. Oh, and we have beautiful names now here. Kinda beautiful, I guess, but yeah. Yeah, we need to remove those because they are obsolete from the old system, how I tried to do comments for nodes, but I think it's better if it's just magically happening or like automatically happening. What am I outputting here actually? Because oh, that's the unique ID of the node, right? Makes sense. That's nice to, like, if you would want to look for that in the editor. I wanted to add like that you can take that, copy that, and then do a control F here with the ID and it highlights the node. That's why I outputted those IDs. That was the idea, that if you want to see where a node is in the graph, you can do that. All right. Well, I think it's time to try to build the actual shader now. The code looks fine, I would say, that it generates. While actually we need to do one more thing, which I already alluded to, which is if a pin is not connected, we shouldn't output it here. So if position in pin is connected, then we do that. And we mostly do that because, yeah, we can get rid of that, and because I don't want this to happen all the time. Wait, what the hell is that? Why am I doing it like that? Pin? Ah, because yeah, we have it before. It's pin like that and then colon X. And I can get rid of that format. Let's duplicate that. So actually here, here, and here, and then that, that, and then M velocity pin, where all of them are this. Oh, but that's a bit of a problem. Hold on. Because that kind of breaks the lifetime one. Oh, that's actually a bit of a downside. Maybe I should have done a separate node. For the update and the init. Because now I can, if I do that, I can no longer just set the lifetime value, so... Or I cannot set the lifetime value directly in the editor. I would need a node for that, and that is unfortunate, actually. Yeah, that would be... I think for now I will just remove that then in the update, just so that we don't do that. But... I mean, I guess what we could do as well, we can counteract that in the actual editor. Let's go here. An update. And let's do a get variable velocity. Get variable color. And then we can save that and then this counteracts it for now. All right. Yeah, that should do it. I think we now have, yeah, we have here now that, which is just the velocity and the color, they are just routed through. Perfect. All right, let's try to write the actual code now. So we need two, well, we need two generators, which will be interesting because they are a little... different in the thing that... Oh, wait, actually... Hold on, shadergraph. See, that's something I didn't think about. Because I think particle system, what did I do there? I assumed that I have here two shader graphs. Which I guess is fine. But I need actually two different versions here. Basically, I need here an emit and I think I know. probably in the long term I have to do that slightly different. We will hack it a little together now. So we do here a particle one, and we will create here a generate emit. And we will have a generate update. Maybe they are the same. I am not 100% sure yet. But let's see. So basically string particular system generate shader emit and string particular update. So what I want to have is in the push constants, in the emit, do I need a lot? I mean, maybe. Push constants. I'll actually add push constant. Delta time. Shader data type. Load. Actually, why did I not make that a template? Or whatever. I think that's all I need. And then we do... Or what, how do we do that in the other shaders? Generators. Shader generate... Well, volume shader generator is maybe the simpler one. Okay, perfect. I mean, and then... Oh, okay. And then we do another includes for the current stage. Just in case. And then we do a couple of things, which is... Although, could I use a template for that? Probably I could, which might make that a whole lot simpler to read, but whatever. So that would be the code, right? Let's put that here. String shader code or particle code. Get current. Do I not have a get current code or something like that? Okay, no I don't. Cool. I think that would make sense, but okay. Particle code that. And I think, let me go to the fragment or PBR shader generator. Okay, yeah. Kind of like that. Okay, so that would be the includes. Now we have here a compute stage. I still need to add the size of that. but we will do that later. And then we have a main here, which I don't have yet. Okay, so let's go to our templates. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. Exactly, I need this. Wait, I can have an et, right? That was what that was. Wait, hold on. Oh my god, how did I do that? Oh, R. Okay. So let's do that. R. And then I think it was in parentheses. Oh, open. Yeah, and then at the end, I guess parentheses close, right? Yeah. Oops. Thank you for the column. Follow. I tried to read your name and say thank you at the same time. That worked great. Thank you. Comment bit 128. And welcome. Alright, so basically that would be version. Well, like that. And then we wait, I did that wrong, right? It's version 160 core. And then we have one format string here for the includes. Then we have the compute here. With nothing here, then that would be this. Then we would have the code. Now we would have the end. And actually, I think that would be like that. Then we have here our layout stuff. Which for now, let's say 64, I don't know. Or actually we could do 8 by 8 by 8, which is as well 64, right? 8 times 8. No, that's smaller. Stupid me. Or is it 8 times 8 times 8? I'm stupid. Oh yeah, no, it's, well, no, that's, oh, God damn it. What did I do there? 512, I mean, maybe we do 1 here, I don't know. Oh, we could do 4 by 4 by 4. Eh, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Where is the music gone? Am I at the end of the playlist? Probably. Let's go to the next one then. Alright, I need a main function for my beautiful shader, of course. And the push constants. But yeah, that would be main here, then here that would be this, and we do a double one again. We would do a couple of things here in the main function. Oh. Okay, perfect. Update particle lifetime here. Well, not necessarily. Actually, we would check for that particles. Check for that particles. Because yeah, maybe updating the particle lifetime manually in the shader graph is not what you would usually do. I think we would allow it to be manipulated. But the code that or like the graph that I built is kind of not what we would probably want to do. Anyways. Yeah. We would do that and then we would do this rest of the code here. And that's about it, I think. Well, not really, because I need a little more. So I need the buffers, of course. So let's borrow a little bit here. But yeah, I would most likely do buffer addresses again. So maybe I copy... Well, I mean, I copy maybe a couple of things here. So let's copy that first. Even though it's like not really what I want, but who cares? Oh, well, can be in the compute. After the layout, sorry. Basically here. That would be here, and this would be... I will add a to-do here. It should be data-driven based on the emit/update shader graph. But for now, it's particle. And that is a vec3 position. And then we have a float lifetime and a vec3 velocity. Or I guess, yeah, and a vec3 color. It's not optimal in terms of the size, but yeah. And then we have another one, which is particle control block. I don't know. That one is fixed. And that is basically just a U and live particle count. And a U and dead particle count. And that would be those two, and then we have another one. So basically then we have two buffers here. Well, we have more than two, but yeah. But now we have two. So actually we need a little more here. Spawn count and max count, I guess. Something along those lines. Ish, I think. Well, I think we have to continue that after I finish Linux, because I don't think I will be finished with that today. There is no way I get that done today. Live, well, particles. Buffer. And this is particles. Actually, the max count could be in there, but that doesn't really help us, so let's remove it. So that would be the whole particle buffer, and then we have here a uint of alive, or well, particle, or like indices. And we have a bar that is the count here anyways. And then this is particle index, where particle indices buffer. And that would be as well like that. I think this could be reference aligned to 4. And we have another one, of course, that I forgot. Particles control block buffer. Actually, I think I could just do that. All right. And then I need the push constants. And now we have here a float delta time. And a couple of buffers, well, 4 I think specifically, right? If I'm not mistaken. Well, in the emit, I'm not sure if I need all 4. But let's see. So we definitely need, let me quickly check my notes. Oh yeah, okay, so basically How would I want to do that? Maybe the spawn count is not here. I'm not sure how I would want to do the spawn count, but let's do a static one for now, but then let's write it in here, that's fine. But then maybe that should be a push constant instead. Or I don't know. No, let's leave that out, I think. Or no, let's put it there. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. No, let's not do it. It's a little bit unfortunate, to be honest. Yeah, no, let's keep it like that. So what I need in the emit, so this is the emit, right? Yeah. I need the dead list. Well, I need definitely the particles, right? I definitely need the control block. And yeah, I think I need all of them actually. I need the indices buffer, a live indices pointer, and dead indices pointer. And that is right, well, basically write read both of it. But I think I need to soon call it a day. I am super hungry. So I think I cannot do a lot longer. Maybe the 10 minutes until 6 and then I need a break. But I will, yeah, submit or commit that to that branch and we will continue after Linux, which we will continue on Saturday because, yeah, tomorrow I will not stream. I will take one day off doing something else. Yeah. I think that should be all the buffers I need. And then basically I have something along the lines of a spawn count. So basically if my GR global, well, the global invocation thing, right? Oh, god damn it. Again, I'm not sure how I would want to spread that out into the work groups and stuff like that. That I'm not quite sure yet. But yeah, basically similar to this one, right? Well, I mean, we have basically an XYZ, but for now, let's keep it simple and say we just have X in the example. So it would be if that dot X is greater than our spawn count, then we just return. Because we don't want to spawn anything else. As well as if our constant, well, yeah, basically our constants, dead indices pointer. Well, not particles control pointer dot that particle count is 0, then we return as well. Or if our particles alive particle count is equal to the max particle count in the control block. Then we want to stop as well. So those are the edge conditions where we want to stop basically. I think. Otherwise we emit, right? Otherwise we get the next particle count from here, while the next... Yeah, we basically subtract from that with an atomic subtract that particle index. Constants. Atomic subtract from this. Probably atomic sub from that. 1. I'm not sure if it's like that, but I think it is. PLSR atomic sub. Yeah, I think it is. And that would be the particle index. And then I can get the particle at that point basically. We increment this one, so basically you and new active count is atomic add to that by 1. And then I just need to set up the data here basically. I think. So basically I get... Where the dead particle count, I don't really... Well, I get the index, I think, here, right? So you and that particle index, where this is that's a little bit naming shenanigans, but basically that would be here, right? So we would get in the dead particles, dead indices here, this one, we would get the index at the dead particle. That would be the actual index that we want to revive. And we would basically write that into the new active count, into the alive indices. So that is actually particle in, well, next that particle basically. Let's call it that. And then this is the particle index. And we increase our alive and we write into our alive the next particle index, and then we set up basically particle current is our constants at particles pointer hit the particle index. Then we run our code and we basically write it back, right? Actually, we can just do that. We should always generate a new one, right? And that's it. Might work. Something along those lines. And the update is more or less similar. We just do the handling of writing to the dead particles if the lifetime exceeds 0. And we manipulate the alive count and the dead count again. And we do basically the same thing, and we create a indirect draw core basically, which is something I forgot for now. We need another buffer there, but yeah. That should work. Alright, but I think I'm done for today, but yeah, that would be the idea. We will continue with that after Linux, well, probably after 0.5. Yes, this is like a pool. So I allocate the max amount that you want to spawn in your particle system based on this max count, right? So this particle buffer is as big as this max. So let's say 10,000, right? 10,000 particles. And then we just store which ones are alive, which ones are dead, and we just manipulate points like indices into this buffer. Yeah. And for the drawing, we just dispatch an indirect draw based on how many indices are in there, right? That would be the idea. And the control block is really just keeping track of the different sizes of this buffer and the max count. No, there would be one pool per particle system. One pool, so yeah, one pool per particle system. I mean, in theory, the memory behind that could be a block, right? But each particle system gets a certain amount of memory in that buffer. That we could still do that, but that would be on the backend side. That would not be on the shader side. It could be a sub-allocated buffer from a bigger particle buffer. But yeah. They would not overlap, no. Why is my camera so high? What the hell happened there? Alright, whatever. Oh, never mind, it wasn't that high, I was just that low or what? Whatever. Yeah, we will be back on Saturday with some Wayland fun. That was some good progress today, and it showed me a couple of things that I still want to improve in the engine with the graphs, which is good as well. Always nice. Every time I add a new type of graph, I find some stuff that is not I mean perfect. It will never be perfect, but not how I would want it to be. Because I would want it to be very easy to add new types of graphs, and it's still, For example, for shader graphs, it still needs a little bit or too much work, in my opinion. It should be a little bit simpler, but let's see. All right. Thank you very much. See you on Saturday. Have a nice rest of your evening. Thank you for joining. As always, thank you for the new follows. Hope to see you on Saturday. Most likely with a fresh Wayland setup on hopefully a new SSD. So we will be flying. If I find, if the shop, if the store that I go to has an SSD, but they will probably have an SSD. So it's very likely. And then I will most likely do the setup tomorrow or Saturday morning again. And I have most of the config files, so it should be simpler. All right. Have a great night. See you on Saturday. Bye bye.